Nice.
Alright. I gotta tell people we're live now. Because I didn't make an event for it, because I forgot.
How dare you?
How dare you?
I'm assuming you know you have your voice mod on.
No.
Oh. Well.
Thank you for telling me. Just went more live, more AC turning.
What? Your voice mod's on again.
How?
I don't know. It was on for 2 seconds and then you turned it back off again.
Weird.
Wild.
I see what's going on. I see exactly what's going on.
What? What's going on?
I have hotkeys installed, and for some reason, it's clicking over despite the fact that I'm not on the actual shit.
That's not fun. That's no bueno.
No bueno. We don't talk about Bruno.
We really don't.
Fuck Bruno Mars.
Oh, man. I did dishes before the stream, and I literally forgot to do one dish that was at my desk.
Just put everything in the sink when you're done. Can't forget anything.
Yeah, but like... Oh my gosh, my hands are so sweaty.
Monty, how does everything sound?
Monty's in the chat. Monty.
Ooh, that's too low. Sounds good to me. Alright, well. YouTube, you were tweaking with how volume is right now.
YouTube is tweaking?
Yeah, with how volume works?
No.
Okay, it's just gonna be there. Well, it'll be fine. Okay, that's loud. Yeah, my fault, Monty. I said it was tweaking. Y'all didn't believe me.
Also, you're not streaming to me on Discord.
That's because there's nothing to stream yet, Liz.
No.
Fucking... I don't have the game up yet.
Fuck.
I gotta make sure I don't hit the wrong shit when I switch over, because if I make it, I can get fucking shit. I can get banned. And I'm not putting on a shirt for y'all. It's too hot in here. How do I edit this? That's how I edit this. Got it.
I love when you go in and out.
Alright, there are no keybinds, so I won't accidentally switch over without doing it manually.
Monty, how's your day going?
Well, we're just hanging out with Monty. We're playing some Yu-Gi-Oh!
Some Yu-Gi-Ohs?
Yes, I whooped his ass.
You know, oh my gosh, I keep getting emails. I need to somehow... Devin had logged into his YouTube account on my iPad. And I was like, Monty's day's been great until he got his ass beat.
Yeah. Break that.
But I keep getting notifications from like job opportunities, thinking that they're for me, but they're not.
No, well. Have you been getting any like actual job opportunities? Because I haven't gotten Shiza.
Well, see, here's the thing. I am not applying to any jobs right now because.
I thought you were about to say, I am a woman. I thought that was literally about to be what that was. Hey, Nick.
Hello, Nick. Oh, I found it. Yeah, let me remove his account from my device. Thank you. Because I don't want to be rude. And look at his stuff.
See, even almost married people can have privacy between each other. Give each other some business. Damn.
Yeah. Also, I just don't want to get notifications for it either.
True.
Because then I get disappointed and I'm like, oh, it's not for me.
I've been trying, but like every time I get my resume out there, it's like someone has viewed your resume. Psych, we're not giving you this job because you're black. I don't know if it's not because of that or not, but I just choose to believe it is because it's funnier that way.
That's when you change your name on your resume.
What's it,
You
fucking
just
Annie or some shit?
a really white ass male name. That's exactly what you do.
Oh, guys, my name is Derek.
Yep. Derek. What's your middle name?
Dwayne. Actually, I could just use Dwayne because I use
Yeah,
that.
just use
that for shit.
Dwayne.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dwayne. They would never know.
Now I gotta give myself visual, and now I gotta give you visual.
Give me that visual.
I use Dwayne's my fake name anyway, so yeah, that would be much easier.
Yeah.
When I don't want someone when I order like Starbucks or some shit, or that's loud. When I order Starbucks or some shit, or just don't want someone to know my actual name. Dwayne. Hi, my name is Dwayne.
Yeah. I'll never know. And then when you get to work, you can just be like, "Hi, I like to go by Antar."
That's my
and they'd be
actual
like,
fucking
"Cool."
name.
Yeah.
This is the defendant lobby. All right. What? That's not what that says. This is the defendant lobby. All right. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. What the fuck is this hub? Where's Em? Where's that hub? It almost seems as if.
I don't know who this is.
Something's been happening around the scenes.
Ooh, oh, it's me. Why? Why? Why did it not?
I don't know if
He knows what Edgeworth's voice sounds like.
Edgeworth.
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the
7/7.
Heaven's number ID is, that is?
Well, I mean, I have a pretty strong hunch. We have definitive proof?
Proof, yeah.
Like, it's not
'Cause
added in
it's-
our inventory or anything, but, like, that's pretty... What we found out last stream is pretty damning. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still a room for doubt regarding this ID record words.
I thought it was just because I was the protagonist and I'm the shit, but okay.
If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
Yeah, not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. We love my computer. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
God, Liz, I think I'm going deaf.
Why?
Because everything sounds so quiet to me. But I'm looking at the audio levels and it looks fine.
Does it sound quiet to everyone else on stream? Maybe
I don't
it's
know.
still...
Chad, does it sound quiet to you guys?
No. Do-do. Do-do.
But she didn't do it. Yeah, I think I'm going deaf.
Don't go deaf. Get
I'd
your
rather
ears
not.
cleaned.
I don't think that's how that works.
No, sometimes it does.
Huh.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
this is the first time he's ever done something like this. You'd think he'd do it more because I've been right all of my cases, especially the ones against him. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
Truth.
Yeah, I know she's a freak. You can call me the sexorcist because I'm about to bring the
The freak to the sheets.
Oh my god! Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
Well, Edgeworth, if I didn't do that the last time you were on trial, you'd be in jail.
Literally.
And you'd think you deserved it too.
Eh.
If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
Nah. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright? See you in court, motherfucker.
This is it. And if I'm ever gonna find out what happened to that fucking vampire, what he has in me, it's now. Court is now in session for trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, my nigga.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Why did you just say my nigga so bad?
Well, will not. No, thank you.
Even if it was like a Freudian slip or some shit, it'd be really funny. Normally this is when prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
That's kind of weird.
The fuck?
Nani?
Okay. Why did this motherfucker teleport in?
He transitioned in. He went, ooh.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Unji, been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough in my work as it is.
That's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Oh shit, it's about to get serious.
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
Oh shit.
Damn it, what does this bitch want to do now?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel like I should see her request granted.
That's kind of rude.
In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
No, it won't. What is this all about, defendant?
Hold on, I'm trying to find her voice. What the fuck is it? Holy shit.
I'd like to make one fucking simple request and I'll be fucking finished, okay?
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this fucking trial on account of this dumb as shit.
Bitch, what?
Nigga, you heard what the fuck I said. I confessed to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered the motherfucker Detective Bruce Goodman. I stabbed that bitch in the gooch in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim doesn't make any fucking sense.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
Okay, but fuck you. But fuck you.
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven that in its case through my testimony and circumstantial evidence. I am guilty as fuck. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. Of course I fucking feel otherwise. This is asinine. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds this defendant...
Objection. No. One moment, Your Honor.
Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Now, boy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your fucking mouth shut?
I'm only a little boy in the bedroom. Stop it.
Yes, I know you are.
Humph. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. Fuck you.
What?
This is a
What
big
now?
fuck you,
Monty,
cunt.
don't worry about it. It is a fetish thing. Do not trip. Just relax. Pretend you didn't hear it.
We like to keep Monty very innocent, very pure.
What?
You heard me. Shut the fuck up. I couldn't see what it said. Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? I think not, bitch. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With a sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, boy.
Bitch. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
No? To who?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Oh, wow. She didn't have a voice. I'll
Yeah.
do it for her then.
Fucking hold it! Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. That's not what that said, but I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Lana Del Rey. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
All right. Well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. And that's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Boy, you'll live to regret this.
You'll live to regret this.
You will regret this. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Ah, shit, my nigga.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name's Emma. Emma Skye. I'm a student.
I just see Monty. You will regret this, ooh. Ooh.
My occupation? I'm Lana's sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
The correct answer was student, but we'll let it slide.
Yeah, literally. 2 years ago, You encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Do we have to be that repetitive? Is this correct? No. Yeah.
I know it was loading for you, but that's really funny that it was just like loading all this time just to say yes.
Yeah, literally. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, most certainly is.
Well, okay.
Why was this nigga not fired?
Now. Nope. Ugh, I hate how it loads sometimes. Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. I don't know why I'm narrating this. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial and the end of the game.
Thank God. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. It's an onion head.
I was gonna say.
The man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest with his little onion hands.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
Passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
He's really making me do all the work.
She really is.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Hey, 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. She was second in command under the deputy chief of police. Oh God, Gant. Him. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Him, my sister?
No,
I know what you meant. It was just, that's just how it sounded. Him, my sister. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. They were fucking very loudly. We heard it all the way in court.
I believe they shared the same office, which I feel like that was a mistake on HR's part. That's right. It was a mistake. I always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the police, I was gonna say the police department and the police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man.
Yeah, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer, as we all know.
That means he took those little lightsaber spoons and stabbed the cereal.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I miss those.
Those were really fun.
I never got one, but like my my childhood neighbor / friend, he had them. Shocking. Anyway, now he's a famous YouTuber. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. I was using kind of Emma's voice there, but you know.
My little cousin had, not the one I'm living with, had two, and he always like, yeah. And we used to like do all the fucking lightsaber noises and sword fight and everything. And then I stole it and or he gave it to me. I don't remember which one happened.
We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look, and then I saw him.
Oops. What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot that nigga was there.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young, and dedicated, he went straight— I thought he was, like, pronouncing a name, Young. He went straight to questioning after the ceremony.
Young and his partner dedicated.
Okay.
I assume that would also be why he. Why can't we read? Why is this hard?
Mm-hmm.
I was literally just
Reading.
talking to Strickland about how stupid English is. I've also Monty has now taught me that his accent, a Finnish accent, when it pronounces English, is referred to a rally accent, or rally English rather, because you mostly hear it from the Finnish race car drivers at a rally.
Interesting.
The more you know. The Republic of Niger is not pronounced the Republic of Niger in a Finnish accent. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And when the prosecutor marshal, what? And that's when prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But
Can you tell us about that? I know that's kind of fucked up, but can you tell us about the
Mr.
person who stabbed you? Or him, rather?
literally, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. How convenient.
The lights. Turn off the lights.
It was just about this time of year, obviously. There's a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
Fuck. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see shit.
Yeah, well, that's right, but just then lightning flashed outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
No, but sure.
Yeah.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yeah, Detective Goodman, the one who's in this fucking case, who died.
The Vic.
Oh, I didn't actually mean to hit a button there.
Well, it's probably for the best.
Yeah. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's what's so scary about this trial is now that he's fucking dead, so it's totally not a coincidence or anything. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yeah, it's fine that I actually hit the button because this is what I was going to do anyway, but, like, still.
Yeah.
Note to self, don't do shit like that.
At the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Snap back to reality.
The
A
ghost
picture?
gravity.
She didn't mention that before, I think. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? The picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection. Why are you objecting, Edgeworth? You're helping us out here. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yeah, sure.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yeah, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
I had crayons.
Crayons? That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died.
Hold on.
It's like maybe she saw something she shouldn't have. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken?
Dude, I was
But
like
I
7. I definitely drew a picture.
Yeah, exactly. I swear, I'm not just imagining it.
This picture this hoe drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. It sounds like you have evidence to check.
My evidence, or we have to check the evidence room again?
No. We're not. I don't think we're ever going back to a room.
How many
So it should
fucking
be just
pictures?
trial from here. It should. It's gonna be stupid about it. Oh,
It was
present the
inside
evidence.
Goodman's shoe.
Present the evidence list on that statement. I drew a picture of the scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Oh, okay, that's fair. You can have that, but I'm surprised that no one
Yeah.
noticed there was a fucking picture on the back of it.
Yeah.
Read the
Oh,
thing.
sorry. The scene the scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man. Yeah, so I think on the not this statement, the statement before.
Let's just get this out of the way, huh?
Yeah.
That must have been a real shock. Get it? Because the lights went out because of
Ha,
lightning?
ha, ha.
Let's
Even
joke about this child's
now-
trauma.
Yeah, I know. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When the lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other.
Wrestling.
Definitely not sexy wrestling.
Not at all. Definitely not sexy wrestling.
I'm sure I was watching them. See, that concerns me. She's like, I'm pretty sure I saw it. It was them. Yep.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but she could just be mistaken. I mean, this was several years ago. A lot of things. I need to get Emma to tell me about it as much as possible.
Boo, 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 boo. Alright, right here.
Yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, before we actually continue, could I have figured that out on my own? Oh, yes, this happened already.
Yeah, there's a whole,
Yeah, okay, no, I remember that. Edgeworth. This is what happens when you don't play the game, like, day after day. You do it, like, weeks at a time, and then take week breaks in between those weeks, like we do.
Right.
The little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And you insist
ignored it.
You insist on the non-existence. Blah.
Hey, I'm not the bad guy.
Billie Eilish is.
All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor of the case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. But this doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list from the SL9 incident. Bitch.
Yep.
Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Flip it on. bop it, twist it, pull it.
Yes, what is that? A poorly drawn picture? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew.
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling.
Wrestling. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me? My job, apparently.
Yeah, literally. No. Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to this list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Edgeboy, it's quite obvious what happened here. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What? How dare? You'll regret with this.
Yo, we quit this. Order in the court. But Miss Guy, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what I was fucking handed?
Yeah, literally. Just, yep. Mm-hmm.
Nani the fuck?
If this list was torn in half, that means
Your Honor!
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's me. I read this. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging out of your head. I happen to be known as anime as fuck. Mind your own damn business. If this evidence list was torn in half, there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yeah, that's conceivable. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see.
Something wrong?
yes.
Yes, sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list.
Yeah, could I have a compilation of Edgeworth just having a fucking...
Meltdown.
Just losing his shit. Aneurysm, that's the word I was looking for. He's having a fucking aneurysm. Oh, it's a badger.
Oh my god. It's a blue badger.
That's the thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this is an act of vandalism in the work of a certain chief of detectives.
Evidence list restored and updated the court record.
I just love that it was still going on.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
Fuck wrong with her. She didn't be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
Dun, dun, dun.
Hey,
This
shut
is
the
the
fuck
picture
up.
I drew 2 years ago.
Tell me when I'm trying to rotate it.
I mean, yeah, same here.
Well, because Edgeworth so clearly said, this is clearly an act of vandalism, it's very obviously not.
Clearly not.
But I don't know what that is.
Well, it's a blue... Well, why is it... Like, because it looks like a whole scene, right?
Yes, it looks like a whole scene, but I'm not entirely sure what that is. It can't be a chandelier, can it? A weird ass... Oh, it's the fucking pot thing.
Yeah, it's the vase. It's the vase.
Hold on.
Look at the vase.
Yeah, that's what it is. All right, cool. Now that I know what that
that's
is.
literally what it is. Yeah. She's just shit at drawing. The flash of light was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image into your childlike brain. It's almost like you're traumatized.
Literally.
Thanks to her trauma, though, she was able to
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This is clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. No, it doesn't. It's two stick people. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Del Rey. Words.
2 or 3 days later. The memory would have been fresh in her brain. Excuse me, witness.
No.
But can you please... But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? I didn't have any fucking
literally only see
crayons.
shadows.
So the next time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
So what you're saying is that your testimony is basically unusable.
Mm-hmm.
You were knocked to the floor.
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when I saw the lightning flashed. Blue Badger.
Sorry, I'm thinking. And nothing we have here is gonna tell me. Is gonna show me what I need. Poor Emma. Glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
Nigga, you called her on stand.
Literally.
I'm not the bad guy here, bro. Billie Eilish is. Actually, Lana Del Rey is.
Yeah. Anyway, this picture.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
It's possible. She's a child.
Yeah.
No, of course not. You better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Well...
Well?
It's strange. She claims it's the exact scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. What? I didn't mean to hit that. Contradiction. What contradiction is he talking about?
That's a good question. So, oh God. Okay, go to Neil's autopsy report. Wound piercing heart and lung.
It's a long ass knife. Shit.
Oh, it's so the missing a tip. Oh, so the weapon was found, missing a tip. I feel like that's something to do with that. I'm literally looking at the walkthrough and I'm not reading it fully. It says on MS4 statement, present Neil's autopsy report. Because I think...
On statement 4?
Yeah, on statement 4.
Okay, 2, 3, 4. Wait. Okay, 1, 2.
There's only 4 statements, so the last one is the 4th
3,
statement.
4. Okay. I fucking Christ.
You hold it. Hold it when there's no need to hold it. No, it's
Yeah.
Neil's.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I was trying to get it done, so my brain just autopiloted. There it is. Oops. Buttons.
Buttons.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew, this shit forged.
Oh, what? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you just explained instead of like being theatrical like a video game would. Which part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
So it's the knife because it's broken before it even was put into the body.
Contradiction lies here. Take a look at the knife. The man. So I thought it was weird that it was like a square, but I just left it alone.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, 'cause the picture. Hold on.
Everything is intentional.
Okay.
With Phoenix
Take a look
Wright,
at the
Ace
knife
Attorney.
that man holding. If you look closely, you can see that the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closer to see that, my guy.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken up in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Darks was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Simple. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was stabbed only once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Dun 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 dun. Objection. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
We just said that it was in the
We
fucking
just-
nigga's body.
Literally.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible, you non-listening fuck. The tip of the knife was found inside the fucking victim's body. Listen harder.
So, someone gently put it in there, Someone gave him a little kiss.
With the knife tip. If it was broken beforehand, it wouldn't have wound up in a nigga body. That's right, but what does that mean?
Objection. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body, like you just said. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly, dickhead. I believed you were annoyed at that time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Edge Boy. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence that we haven't talked about this whole game.
Literally.
I don't think we
you're
have talked
treading
about
on-
it the whole game either.
You're treading on thin ice, Mr. Wright. I almost
All
called him
I'm
Mr.
saying,
Rice.
Mr. Rice, is that the broken
Mr.
knife. His name's Mr. Rice now. Is that the broken knife tip might be a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Ugh.
Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once again go over the events that took place that day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. I just got really fucking dizzy. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Onionhead Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him, and killed by Dark. And was killed by Dark. Words are hard. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a fucking lie.
No. I'm not lying. The man really was holding a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. Bitch, there is.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives? You know how hard it is to break a fucking knife?
Literally.
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
Yes.
The witness is adamant about this accuracy of what she saw. It can only be explained by a simple observational error. Ah!
Mr. Wright. Sorry, I thought I said it in my head.
Ah. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. This is the only way. Take a look at this. He's the real murder weapon.
It's the
broken knife.
It's the broken knife. I don't know if you present the trophy, but it's the I think it's the trophy.
Okay, no,
I feel like it has to.
It has to be the trophy
but
because if you no,
it's the picture.
Of the
Gant's
trophy.
team picture. Yeah.
It's the picture of the trophy. Got you.
Yeah.
Because the
'Cause
fucking trophy has the other sword-looking shit on there.
Yeah, it's got a broken sword.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years ago in the past.
All the past.
Right inside the picture of the past.
This is the picture of the award ceremony. Ah.
What did you just say in the past?
In the past.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Is the broken murder weapon.
Notice that the war prosecutor Marshall is holding in the past.
In the past. That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, that the knife in Joe Dark was not Joe Dark's knife.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I had a stroke reading that. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. I don't know what I said, but my brain processed the knife in Joe Dark was not Joe Dark's knife.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I said though. That behind the case, that being the case, the knife was the
Uh-huh.
the
It's a
knife the
lot of
witness
knives.
saw was no.
In all likelihood from this award.
Why are they
A
only
lot, I
dudes
get
in the
it.
fucking jury?
Because this is a male-dominated world.
Male-dominated world where males
Neo.
kill. Is that what I said?
You said... I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
What is happening? Neil Marshall was awarded King Prosecutors that day. King Prosecutors. As an award, he was given the broken shielded knife. I don't know why you use a knife with a shield, but sure. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. The knife being his dick.
Nife.
Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. The broken
Pistol.
knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
Objection. But that can't be.
What the fuck can't it?
Good question. Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Because he had the award, duh.
No, it didn't have to be that. She didn't see shit in the whole
Literally.
entire tussle before that shit happened. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. True.
Maybe it
What
wasn't
the
Joe
fuck
Dark
is
at
going
all.
on?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it! I don't know who said that. It was me! Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Witness?
What is it? Witness? Could you show me your...
Wow.
She's a child. Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
Can you show me your dictionary?
Yeah, can you show me your dictionary?
I did your mom a favor and made you a sandwich. His list, the only one, the one with the picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
We know that. We established that. Why is this? What?
Well, we've established this as people playing the game, but they haven't figured it out.
Oh, okay. The portion of the thing that looks like fucking. Okay, I understand now.
The vase, yeah.
You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside of me.
I don't like it. I never like how that sounds.
I know.
Like in an anime or anything. I locked this part away deep inside me like my virginity. Perhaps it would be the best if we added this to the witness obituary. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Mr. Ray?
Yeah, I guess again for like the 5th millionth time.
Would it really be an Ace Attorney game if we didn't do it 8 million times?
Yeah.
First the knife mix up, and now the blue bagger.
The blue bagger?
This should be a question. Oh, hold on. They put a fucking beat on the back of it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah. Bitches. Okay, go.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed towards both of them.
That's what?
I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Stop. Stop.
That's okay.
Ryan, possible, bitch. The chief of detectives hadn't designed him until this year.
That don't mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Because that's how math works.
Mm-hmm. Oh god.
Fuck it, hold on. Let me find a goddamn voice again.
Look how desperate she is.
Fucking hold it! Fucking stop, please! Do not fucking pursue this any further.
No. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
You can't fucking do this! I've already confessed to the goddamn crime, you can't do it. Why can't you fucking leave it at that? I'm just saying! Fucking assholes! Like, just, Jesus, just leave it alone.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Del Rey.
Okay, did fucking Emma kill Neil? Is that what happened here?
No, but there's a way to frame her for it.
It sounds like a bad end.
Yeah, but it's not. It's just because you figure out, I mean, Monty said this several streams ago, but you figure out eventually that Gant did it.
Yes, of course.
You just gotta figure out how
he did it, and so we have to frame Emma in order to frame Gant.
Yes,
Not
yeah,
frame,
because Gant frames Emma for it.
What a scumbag! Hold on.
Literally frames a child who was what, like 14 at the time of the murder.
Yeah, I think that's what she said. She's like 16 now. That was 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. We've already come this far. Huh. It's too late to turn back.
It's too late to apologize. It's too late.
Shut the fuck up. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Aw, shit. We're getting to the core of the matter.
When you say that man, hopefully you don't mean Oscar R. Kreutz and you mean Joe Dark, right?
Love a good loading. Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows. Like I've stated several times. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident.
What would happen in this situation? Let's pretend for a second that Emma actually did it. What the fuck would happen to her?
I mean, she'd probably be put in juvie.
But it was an accident, more or less, and she did stop someone else's murder.
Yeah, she'd still probably go to juvie.
That's fucked up. Fuck the court system.
Fuck the
Maybe she
court
needs to go to
system.
therapy.
Is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you... Why would you do something so stupid?
What else could I have done?
Stand there, run, get help. Get help. Get help works. It works.
Yeah,
Have you seen
get
Thor?
help, literally. He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
He seems convinced that Dark was the one with the knife the whole time.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy came, that knocked me down.
Fucking
Words?
racist.
All I could think of was, I've got to help the other person.
What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, as I've stated before. I was shocked. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Lana, I was gonna call her Lana Del Rey, was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I'm disoriented now.
I am too. When they go back and forth like this, it's a lot.
No, I mean I'm literally my vertigo's acting up. So if I
Oh,
sit
shit.
wrong, everything's fucking fucked up. Did you read this?
No, I didn't. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl, but you're going to jail.
Yeah, you're going to jail.
Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I drew a picture of him here. But you're lying. Chief detectives who thought up his hideous thought up of words. Abby, I was literally just thinking, damn, I wonder what Liz and Ant are up to.
Yeah. This
Attorney,
every
like
Monday.
always. Every Monday. Except last Monday when we did Daddy Dating Simulator. It was oh no. It was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is quite verifiable. But what if I came up with the Blue Badger? I know it sounds strange, something nagging feeling. I've seen him before somewhere else. Now I finally remember.
Oh, bother. Just when you thought you had all the it had one thing, it caused another commotion. I really could use some. Have you heard of my theory that Winnie the Pooh is actually just a crackhead?
You know, like, I think I could be wrong on this. I only know about this because my stepmom was really into Winnie the Pooh. I think the Winnie Pooh stories are based off of the author's like old childhood imagination, like his imaginary friends, and then he killed himself.
Oh, okay. I was not
Could be
expecting you to
wrong.
say that. All right.
Could be wrong though. I should probably double check. But anyway, go on.
I was not expecting you to say that. Surprise! Tell us where in the room did you see him dancing? His shadow. Shadow the Hedgehog. So whack ass guitar riff. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with that winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it, and it had 3 creepy horns. Objection. This is a pointless. 'Cause it's obviously not the Blue Badger. Yeah. This witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important here is what caused her to think she did see what she saw.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? Yes, in fact, we do.
What was it that I saw that day? Oh my god. Holy shit. Are you okay?
Me?
Yes.
Why? What?
Your audio spiked for no reason.
Oh. I'm sorry.
That shit hurt. Are you guys, Chad, are you okay?
Are you okay, guys? I'm sorry. I didn't even notice anything changed. I love how we're just going through this.
Yeah, we
We're
know.
so
We don't need to
done
read
with
the
this
flavor
game.
tag. We don't need to read the
Yeah.
flavor tags. We'll get to the part where I tell them what the shit was. Do I have the base
Yeah,
on him? Yeah.
You do. It says though that you Sure. Present. Yeah, just present it. Go ahead. Because then
The
you'll
mis-
have to rotate it in that to make it look like it.
Yeah. It was the mysterious blue badger was in fact this ugly ass vase. You can tell because it has blood on it. What the fuck is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger, bitch.
Indeed, it does not. As it stands now, it's just a plain ass jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? It's all about perspective, really. Our viewpoint? This controls like shit. I also don't know which way to rotate this.
You have to rotate it where that top part is like facing upward. To like the blue badger. Nope. Okay, and now stop. and tilt it like as if you were tilting it forward towards you, if that makes any sense. Yeah.
Like that?
Yep. Mm-hmm. What? Allow me to remind that. What? What do you mean? Oh, maybe it's the other way around. I don't know.
Well, the music stopped, and I've been told in this game that if
Oh,
the
yeah.
music stops... Okay, well, guess not.
Rotate it. Yeah.
Alright.
The correct angle. You definitely have to have it where it, like, because there's no 3 points here. Rotate it like you had before. Like when it said you were wrong. Yeah, I think here, because I will show you the picture I'm seeing on the walkthrough. So that's what it told me.
Uh-huh. That's pretty damn close.
Yeah, I think that's about the closest, yeah.
Fucking Christ.
Interesting.
Alright. Yep.
Why is it, like, so finicky?
Don't know. Don't like that. Not my favorite. Worst part of this case. Don't like it.
Love the slow turn. Okay, I think we can use the grid lines to help us. So, you see how there's only one square in between the top of the spout of it and the 2 gold handles? I think you need to make it like that.
Unfortunately, the grid lines do not match up the same way that they do on the game.
Yeah. I think that's about as close as you're gonna get it.
But like, no, that's wrong. Okay, I'm actually gonna... Okay. No, that's pretty much the same.
Yeah, I don't. Bum, 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 bum. Mm, 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 mm.
Fuck
Oh,
you, game. Kiss the blackest
fucking
part of my ass.
finally.
That didn't take nearly as long as I probably could have.
Is this a miracle or what?
No, it could possibly deny its resemblance to the fucking blue badger. The
Why is it
blackest part of
blue?
my ass.
Hurrah.
The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection, although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performances. One question remains.
What the fuck?
Why did she draw it?
What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Why did she draw it? Changes anything. Doesn't change anything. Words.
No, do you know why I was wearing gloves the whole entire time I was fiddling with the thing? It's because there's blood on this, Edgeworth. This changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us, how does this change? Yep. Let's see. Once I see your point, you'll be given choices. It doesn't matter which one you choose because they'll all actually... Because all of those actually change the scenario completely. Yep, so it doesn't matter which one you choose.
Hold on, it's time for water.
Water time.
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
Objection. Words. But the body was found lying near Lana Del Rey's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Del Sky's office. Lana Del Sky. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Objection. Are you implying the murder moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Del Rey's?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason. It's like these offices couldn't have changed in the 2 years that it's been going on.
Exactly.
Well, I guess they did say that Lana's desk had not.
Yeah, they
been
did
moved.
specifically say. Exactly. There was no reason. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. That's the only logical conclusion, is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
Nope.
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana Del Rey tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness testimony. She says she knocked the man who away. She knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now, tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? Well, that would have been the impact of the man who was knocked into the wall, right? And ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the
shit up.
If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf on the jar, what would have been hit? What would he?
Ah!
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken Nife, he would have been able. He would have had to be Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. Nigga, I can't do this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. She killed him. In that moment, she killed him. She killed him.
Wow, they're really dragging this out.
Yeah.
Yo, they didn't have to do my man like that.
They went. You mean I killed him? Because of me? Are we gonna show it again? No!
No!
Thud.
Did she pass out?
Yep.
Fair enough.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
It was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is very unfortunate.
Objection. Oh.
Hold on. That is a very interesting stance you have there, my friend.
What the fuck are you niggas saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you fuckers think it was Emma? How dare you try to put the...
Imagine that coming from you. Wow. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I fucking assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're fucking talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof. You don't have any fucking proof, therefore it didn't happen. Tell me, do you have any fucking conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? No? Well then eat a dick.
No.
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you fucking don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have any evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
Anyone who's been to court or works in court, can you please tell me that this is how court works? Because I feel like it doesn't. I feel like despite the fact that they don't have proof, there's a logical assumption that it can be made here that this shit happened.
You know?
Because even though we don't have proof, we have enough evidence around the lack of proof to say that probably happened.
You know?
You know?
You know?
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are fucking dead.
Well, we can't get the dead to testify unless I had my mentor. Or is this the moment where mayonnaise comes back and I stop having these dry ass sandwiches?
Tisk tisk. Humph. Touche, Miss Lana Del Rey. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's another possibility?
Edgeworth, what the fuck you talking about, my guy?
I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Edgeworth, how do you know this?
He's
In
making
one
shit up right
manner or
now.
Another. Yeah, he's like, pulling shit out of my ass.
Are you fucking stupid? No!
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message written from the deceased. Did such a message exist?
Ah, damn. I deleted my phone records yesterday. I don't have a text from anybody.
The real murderer's name that the victim had left behind
Is in the evidence.
is in the evidence. This
You gotta
text
present the
message from
jar
the
again.
deceased is already in her possession. What is she doing in this picture?
She's like leaning forward, I think.
It just looks really goofy.
It just gives her a bigger forehead.
Mr. Wright! I will suck your dick if you stop.
Bitch, I already do that.
You can't suck his
Famous-
dick in jail, my dear.
Yeah. Don't be mistaken, Miss Lana Del Rey. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
There's a shirt in reference to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, because the phrase in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is "You will never reach truth," but the shirt is like a maze with no outlet. You will never
love that.
reach the truth. There's a maze with no outlet, bitch. You can't win.
Oh my god.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message of the deceased. I just present this, yeah.
Yep. And you'll have like you'll get to draw her name on. It's a good time.
This is the message left by the. We get to forge evidence.
Yeah.
What the
I
fuck?
mean, no, we're not. It's
What?
'cause
It
you
was
saw
totally
her name
legit
on there.
the whole time.
Time.
This is the blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he gonna speak the fucking killer's name now? Did he have a fucking new magic trick? I have a magic trick for you. How about I shove my foot up your...
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar.
I'm just a jar.
No.
And life is a nightmare.
You weren't there when I told Abby that I fucking hate that song.
Why do you hate that song?
It just makes me sad. It makes me sad in a way that I don't like feeling sad. Like
Oh.
worse than normal sad.
That's sad.
I fucking hate that song. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? Whoa, whoa. If you look closely, you can see the faint trail of blood. What do you mean?
Looks like someone wiped away the blood.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. There's a little line here you're drawing in blood.
So what you're saying is there's if these dots were once lines.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments he had left to leave behind a message.
Ah, yes, we've been stating this over and over again.
We really gotta drive home the point because you guys are fucking stupid. What's this
Yeah.
game rated again?
E for everyone. I think it's E10 plus. I think that's the rating. Or no, was it teen? Did we find
I
that
think it was
out?
teen. I think it was teen.
Yeah, this one's teen. What is Ace Attorney rated? The newest one is rated M, but the first 3 games are teen.
Okay.
Not the newest one, sorry. It's the Apollo Justice ones.
The Apollo Justice ones are rated teen? Or F?
Yeah. All 3 of the... That's Castlevania it's talking about. Oh, a new trailer for Dual Destinies.
That sounds like some Yu-Gi-Oh shit.
Yeah. That's the one that's rated M, I think.
Okay.
Either way,
There better be titties in that game.
oh, there's a lot of blood and cutscenes. That's why.
No titties. It's not the LA noir of anime.
Sadly, no.
Did you read this? Don't think you have.
Oh, but the blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Use your
Precisely
skills.
so. All we need to do is connect these points. All and the victim's message will become apparent.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys? He's fucking
Literally.
16.
Miss Wright, Mr. Wright,
Mrs. Wright.
Miss Rice. What kind of message did the victim leave? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer.
I gotta make some shit up quick. There's only one thing the victim could have written given the circumstances.
So now you have to write Emma.
Oh, I see it.
connecting the-
I was trying to figure out how it.
I would do. Yep.
I'm gonna. It won't even let me. It won't even let
Yeah. It's like Gant.
me. Okay. It won't even. It won't even fucking let me. This bootleg
What are
ass.
you writing?
Emma,
How are you writing this though?
how am I writing it? What do you mean? How am I writing it?
I'm gonna send you the picture of how this should look.
Okay.
Yep. I don't know if you can erase what you did.
I can. Yeah, I have an undo button.
Okay.
Oh, see, here's my dyslexia kicking in. There's that dyslexia that I don't have. Yes, that's what I totally forgot that Emma's not spelled E-A-M.
Emma. What are you doing? Stop it.
Oh god. I just saw this. I saw like this part as an A, and I'm like, yeah, that's A. That's where that goes. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. I'm gonna do a terrible job.
That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out to be like this. That's still not correct. Ema. Irma.
Irma. So this is the
Aim.
final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Irma. What if the man's just stupid? And he's like, oh,
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but she still killed that nigga. It was Emma Del Rey.
See, boy, can't say I didn't warn you.
shut the fuck up. Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done? You doomed this woman to prison for a very long time. She'll always have a felony on her record, and she will not be able to get a good job. You've ruined this life. You've ruined her life. Do you feel good about yourself for ruining this 16-year-old's life? Do you feel good?
What? I don't feel good. What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convinced because he was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, boy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you
I'm
know?
here insulting Edward.
We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
What the fuck are you talking about?
We merely keep the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. In fact, that's fucking murder. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge.
Meh.
Despite the fact that that's clearly bullshit, what anyone may say, the fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have said it in the minute.
This man to death.
How could they just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
How could I just stand there? Acting like it's not his fault. I just like to think there's a DJ in the court.
It's T-Pain. T-Pain is in the court.
T-Pain is in the court.
T-Pain is the judge.
Yeah.
From this game onward, the judge is going to be T-Pain. I just want everyone to know that. DJ T-Pain. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. How do we get there? Come on, let's go.
Me and you in the boomer food. Come on down and see what's new. We're doing the things that animals do. Me and me.
We got 2 more testimonies to get through. And then we have 3 more after that.
Oh my
And
god.
then this case is solved.
Okay, are we finishing this today? Or
I think so.
okay.
We might have to go a little bit longer than 3 hours, but hopefully
Well, we'll be
Hopefully-
done with the game and we can start something
Yeah.
new next week. So, well, actually, we'll
Yeah.
be doing Dream Daddy next week, and then we'll be starting something new the week after that.
Okay.
All right. So,
Yeah.
sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Yeah, I don't feel like Edgeworth is really guilty of anything because even if he did get the man
Yeah.
convicted, he was using evidence that was handed to him.
Yeah.
So, like, how is this his fault?
Literally.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes, I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what the fuck do you want?
They just started making out, and Detective Gumshoe's just like, am I
Oh,
interrupting anything?
I got the condoms. Did you need anything else? You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Make a detective run all the way around, run around on duty. Think it. Shut up. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Yes, because Edgeworth is now convicted of murder a second time. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
She said, let me give you a children's book on law.
If this was anyone else, no one would read this shit. You got fucking Tweety Bird on the fucking cover here.
You must know the two rules
Ross.
rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, we know this. Let's get this rolling. We've seen this.
That's why
We
it's
don't
a
need to-
flashback. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Oh, a message? She could have just texted me. She's got my celly.
She's got my celly.
She said, if you're planning on take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read then. So there must be something hidden in the book, right? Because she wouldn't just give us a dumbass children's book, would she?
Who knows?
The book's hollowed out or some shit. Come on. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. I mean, you're already a lawyer. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh?
Oh, it was loading. Haven't you figured it out yet?
You're a detective.
You're a detective, come on. Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat?
You're all standing. What are you
Spinal.
talking about?
Despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth, started panting a little bit. Getting kind of hot in here.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Dun dun dun.
What? What is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with the forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out that she's unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Gumshoe. There's a saying about people like you. I don't know what it is, but there's a saying about people.
There's something.
Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That's kind of just as bad, but that means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose that bitch-ass nigga. No matter what it takes, he's fucking my Edgeworth. This case has hurt too many people today. It's time to bring it to an end.
What?
I just didn't expect you to do the fucking guitar riff. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Lana Del Rey. Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Edgeworth. Miss Rice.
Miss Rice. Yeah.
Yes. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions that you didn't know you committed.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
That is actually the swaggiest thing he's done this whole game. Yes. Well, normally this is where the prosecutor calls forth the witness, but this isn't easy for me to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may
Struck a bargain. So there is someone right outside our our apartment who's like, I guess they parked. And the lights are shining right into the room, and I love it.
No, yeah, it's the favorite thing, right? Being blinded.
Yeah, literally. I looked at the wall, like, and I was like, holy shit, why is it so bright? And I was like, oh shit, there's a car. I think I may have manipulated the witnesses. How fucking...
Oh, I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
The solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement. This calls for unusual times, but a very effective one.
Modern problems.
It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say to that?
Unbelievable. This nigga's really making me do all the work. He found a way to make me do all the work. And he gets to sit there and be pretty and take all the glory.
Very well. The defense accepts this prosecution's proposal. If Phoenix isn't famous after this, I'm gonna be pissed.
He does get well, I think that's the whole thing is in one of the like Apollo Justice, I think, is when like he was like really famous and Apollo's like, I want to be just like Phoenix Wright, and then he meets his hero and he's like, man, this man is homeless. Because he was at the time.
Then it's settled. Phoenix will become homeless. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness...
I'm assuming it's Lana Del Rey.
No.
So it is Gant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This trial's as good as over.
Because I was like, well, Gant's not going to tell us anything. So he's literally just going to stand there and stare directly into a camera with his deep green eyes and be like,
Yeah, I know you want to fuck me.
okay.
Yeah, it's to bring out the real murderer. That's the
key there.
Yeah.
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? The fuck does he have to do with anything? Just gonna,
Everything.
just in case, As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he would still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke?
Yep.
I was just on my way to lunch. I was just on my way to your mom's house.
Your name and occupation, sir? I feel like Edgeworth has to repeat that every single time there's a witness.
He does, because he's a little bitch. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball?
Jesus, titty fucking Christ, Mr. Gant.
My name is Damon Gantz. I'm acting chief of the police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear this up. My name is Wright. You will call me as such, Wright. Bitch ass nigga. Second of all, let's clear this up. SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Yeah, that. Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
I didn't ask for what your opinion was.
Oh, what would you like to talk about?
The role you played in all this?
I played daddy in all of this. Some people might even call me Gilf. Either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Okay, he just threatened my life. On trial.
And the court says nothing.
In front of a judge, in front of a prosecutor, to a lawyer, in front of a jury. He literally just threatened my life. None of y'all? No one wants to object here?
Nope.
Yes, and because my dick is that big, they're gonna let me do it. Take my testimony, for example.
They're gonna let me do it to
Even
him.
if I don't want to.
Is that fucking true? Can he do that?
I feel like that's not true.
No, but for the sake of the game, I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse testimony.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Look at him smile on trial. This is a closed case. Fucking Liz, let him in, close the gate. Yes, I totally stole that from rap lyrics. You get bonus points if you know what song.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. She had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
You're still gonna lose your job because you let that shit slide. It's not like you
Right.
didn't know that shit happened. You still lose your job. Is that when Dark was arrested?
He was lying unconscious on the floor.
They're gonna do it to him.
When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
He was 14, right? Doesn't make any damn sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Everything seems pretty clear cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse testimony, then I better hit him hard and fast, just like I do with Edgeworth.
So instead of going through like pressing him and everything, I want you to think about like where he would be lying at because all we need to do is present something to him that shows that he's lying on a certain statement. So.
Okay, I'm probably not going to talk this section.
Doom, 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 doom.
Wouldn't he slip up immediately here because Neil had to be in the room to fight him?
No, because he's just saying that day is when they questioned Joe Dark. And this is him saying that they slipped up, that they let him go on accident, basically. Now, although, like, her arranging the crime scene could be a lie, he had nothing to do with the forgery. Like, nothing at all. When he was the one who gave the evidence to Edgeworth.
Okay, I'm done. Okay, yeah, the evidence list. He had to be the okay. Yeah, part of that was me not doing anything, just playing with the music. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that claim is not something you can back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list that Emma Sky drew a picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. Found inside your safe, which we wouldn't be able to use in court because we obtained illegally, but let's move on.
Let's not talk about it.
It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, he's a defense attorney he's a defense attorney who may even rival that boy.
So you admitted then that you were involved in this forgery?
Me? Or do you mean you?
What?
What?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office and found this evidence.
Shh. Don't talk about it.
Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so as well. Isn't that right, Wright?
Objection. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his punishment in due time.
Oh, what?
No, that was not a sex joke.
What?
If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
He would.
I'm surprised they haven't just already fired him.
Well, yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days don't play the same. They don't teeter-totter or share the swags. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Darks was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participated in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
And this is why you don't legally obtain evidence. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, did you do that shit legally? You should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Suck my nuts.
Indeed, I believe I will suck your nuts, but after, I will press charges. So you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting for that until, like, tomorrow or some shit? Today is, well, you know.
Alright, OG, in return, though.
Yes, I know. That place, right?
What?
What? They have fucking dinner plans and shit?
They fucking on the side though?
Cheating on his wife? I in my office.
Mm,
Can't prove when those pieces are discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted and they were worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in that. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
You might want to press him on that one, on the 5th one.
Really, Chief Cat? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you reap from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. I'm still out of $50. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have as Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
What?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
Kinda?
Even without the case, I was already in line to become next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Oof.
Edgeworth?
Yeah, he was gonna be made chief either way.
So what you're telling me is that you murdered a man and pinned it on a little girl so you can become Chief of Police faster.
Yup.
You're a scum. You're just scum. You just are scum. You just are.
Be careful when you're pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. Insert Spider-Man meme here.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly. I hate everyone. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There it is. I'm in the open now. I hate everyone. Auntie, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
I guess.
Press him on that statement. Press that boy.
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I truly care about is myself. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
Seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Shut up.
Could there have been something in it for him? Like pussy? Given his
Literally.
selfishness?
Is that what actually happened?
Not, I mean, in this context of, like, us, how we've been joking, yes.
Okay.
But in the real game, no.
Okay, because I was like, is that what happens? Did she shell out to protect her sister? That's fucking gross as shit.
No.
I assume I point out as accomplice, but I don't know what to do with
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, so you're gonna point out Lana Del Rey as his accomplice.
True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. How are you still a judge? This is why niggas go to jail. Let me correct myself. This is why niggas unlawfully go to jail.
Yeah.
Very well then, because not everybody's fucking innocent. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped to forge evidence? Ah,
Irma.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Del Rey, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of circumstances that he really wanted that coochie. I'm a
He really wanted
Skyfall
that
victim. I'm a Skyfall victim to a series of unfortunate events. Good books, especially if you're in the ripe old age of 10. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. The reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? She was gonna give up the coochie for that nigga. After the SL9 incident, it was resolved. Lana Del Rey was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. What? How would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially. He would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Oh my god.
I admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Del Rey in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as your chief prosecutor so you could do whatever the fuck you wanted.
Oh man, you've got quite the imagination. Let me ask you something.
No?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Sure, but again, I think we have reasonable doubt.
Literally. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about... the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Someone has been sexually harassing her. Someone call HR.
Boy, you better watch your tongue.
No!
I wouldn't want you to bite yourself.
Do you not see him clearly threatening us?
Literally.
He's like, it's like he's not hiding it anymore. What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. Did you get punished for that?
What? Like, will she get punished for it?
In like an actual court of law, if someone was making you do cover-ups and shit, which is very clearly illegal, do you get punished for that? It's not
I think
their
you
fault.
do, to an extent, but not, like... not to the same extent as the person who is controlling. I think it depends on... I think it depends on, like, what is the kind of control that's going on.
Mr. Wright, you can't fucking be serious. This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder, it's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said. I'm easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
Fuck my life. Alright, here goes.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, as a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good fucking question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. So we obviously showed the paper that we had this fucking ID, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is it, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens.
Sorry, but there's no way that you can prove that my card. That's my card.
No, it's your number, bro. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits. 7 digits. You don't mean this nigga was really stupid enough to put his own ID code as the fucking safe password. It is the worst password in the history of passwords. That would be the equivalent of naming your password your name.
Or password.
Or password. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Stop being a little bitch and tell us.
You got that eye twitch.
Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Ugh.
No.
Looks hot.
The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
No, so like in an actual court of law, they would not be able to use that evidence, and he would get away with this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Chief Gant,
Fully.
so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go wherever the fuck I want to.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. I don't need anyone to shake it for me.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be in there that day, would he?
No, of course not. Why would he be there? I'm not terrible at lying. You're terrible at telling the truth.
You hadn't seen him in days to Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On the day, you had to leave to meet with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Del Rey's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. Nothing but the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Why do I have to keep presenting evidence? How come Edgeworth doesn't have to keep presenting evidence? How come all the evidence doesn't account for my goodwill? You would think in a game that cuts corners in terms of actual law enforcement that I'd be able to just get by in some goodwill, you know? Especially because I don't think this is how actual trials are conducted. What are we showing?
You're
This
showing
here?
the lost item report.
Oh.
Because he
Oh, I
has
forgot
to
all
take
about
that
that.
to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
chief,
Yeah. Detective Goodman's lost ID card on the day of the crime.
Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yeah, oh, words.
Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
No, he filed it. How do I know? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no other way for the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me get this straight. You're trying to say that I was in the room where it happened? He's not even in chat to appreciate the joke.
God damn it, Abby.
I, Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman.
Yep.
Yes, nigga, we've been saying this for like a while now.
For 15 minutes.
But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him into the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Yes, I mean, I would have totally said so earlier if that were the case, but yeah, that could have happened. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done just that.
Objection. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh my god!
That was some animation if I've ever seen it.
Maybe just electrocuted.
That motherfucker did Footloose Journey or some shit. Holy fuck. The murder was most likely a spur of the moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit a murder, because why the fuck would you do that, you stupid bitch?
Yeah, literally.
After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? Dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
Objection. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it fucking seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
No, so you just think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this dead body over to the prosecutor's office.
Chief Gant, you left out all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office.
All this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space in my inventory.
How could the chief move the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. Show us the Carfax. To move the victim's body, the Chief Gant used this. Okay, I don't. Hold on, before you say anything.
Uh-huh.
He used the luminol. This?
No, but that does come up late. No. I think that. comes up later. Yeah, it's
Also, I didn't look at this.
Go ahead.
No, rule 1. No evidence shall be shown within the probable and the registered evidence. That's it. That's all there is to it.
So where did they find his body? And like when this whole game started, where did we find Goodman's body?
I'm gonna assume you meant trial and not game.
Trial, yeah.
In Edgeworth's fucking car.
Yeah. So So that's how he moved the body.
Are you just telling me to show the fucking crime photo?
No. Like there's two things you could present here. One is evidence that Edgeworth's car was in the parking lot.
Okay, so that's the floor plans.
No.
No?
No.
No? What the fuck am I supposed to be showing?
What has Miles Edgeworth's name on it and and has like saying that he parked somewhere.
Oh, got you.
Yeah.
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
Yeah. You also could have presented the screwdriver, but I thought like that'd be more difficult to remember. So
I thought about the screwdriver because we haven't used it at all, but I was like, this doesn't fucking make sense. How did he move it with the screwdriver?
So Gant had told Edgeworth to take the screwdriver to the prosecutor's office. So that's why.
And he picked the lock with the screwdriver. So again, the game has taught me at certain points that it will just decide to use actual logic sometimes.
Yep.
This is one of those times where I wouldn't have thought that the game is like, okay, now use your big boy brain. Like I just.
You mean?
The body was found in the trunk of Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by car.
You mean I carried the victim's body?
Precisely.
But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day.
But you did return. Tell me why.
I was asked to go to achievement, no less. This is a flashback. We know. I literally just explained this.
This is a flashback. I literally just explained this. So you see, have you seen, for whatever reason this reminds me of this, and it's still funny to me, have you seen fucking Amma being mad at a pet rock?
No.
Oh my god, it's the funniest fucking thing. I'll when the stream's over, I'll send you it. Oh my god. Raka wants to play too.
Oh,
Zoe,
yes.
it's a rock.
I do know what you're saying now. Yeah, I didn't hear fully what you had said, but I thought I had heard it. Yeah, no.
Zoe,
Raka's just a rock.
It's a rock. But the victim's body is in your trunk. Throw her in the trunk. Was trying to smash, get a cash, but her mouth was hella fast, so I threw her ass in the trunk. And even though she had a big plump rump, I threw her in and let the beat bump. Throw her in the trunk, ayy. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of the car, of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. You're a bitch-ass nigga. Miss Del Rey.
You're a bitch.
You a fraud. I don't like you. Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. She wasn't just being a slut for no reason, was she? This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk of the car to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is the photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief can't say something, my guy.
I believe your time's up.
That's also a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Red but I'll be having my lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it time for the early bird special.
Objection.
No. This is not how anything works. Ever. No.
Remember what else I told you? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Stop letting him get away with threatening me.
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right.
Oh, okay. That's not a right that's casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection. So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away. Don't make me laugh, boy.
Eh.
I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
I like to build up to it. Shit, man, relax.
I like to add a little foreplay into my courtroom. Thank you very much.
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gann is the current chief of police. You can't just accuse him of shit and just expect it to get away without concrete proof. But I can, though. If you motherfuckers can send us to jail because you don't like us, I can accuse the chief of police for doing some heinous shit. I told you about the fucking one of my coworkers' boyfriend, her boyfriend was sent to jail for 11 years because the judge didn't like him. He wasn't even present for the crime.
Yeah.
So if they can do some shit like that, I can accuse the chief of police for some shit like this. Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that she Gantt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. I still don't get why, but do I have proof? I must have proof, otherwise I wouldn't be asking me.
This is... you have a choice. Choose, that you have no proof yet, because you don't.
No, Your Honor, not at present. I have no conclusive evidence.
You see that, Judge Boy?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble when you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today.
He's taunting me on
literally-
trial.
He literally says again today. Like, again.
Again,
No one caught him the first time.
even if I don't have proof that he specifically did it, I have proof all the way up to this point. You fuck.
Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you.
That man really hit the fucking peace out and Vine skated away.
Yeah.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in the nation's law enforcement agency.
Objection.
No one's gonna hurt my boyfriend.
Friend. Yeah, Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you talking about?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
See, that's what I thought was gonna happen first.
Yeah. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gann has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright, you're stupid as fuck. There's one more person. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, fuck is you
Who
talking
is this
about?
man? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? Yes, Your Honor, the
Yeah.
defense calls forth. I'm glad the button stopped me from pressing the button.
Mm-hmm. Lana Del Rey.
The defendant? Miss Lana Del Rey? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Why can I say that perfectly, but I can't say literally any other regular sentence?
Yeah.
Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
I don't know.
Just-
Hold on. Oh.
Chief Get. That's not his voice.
Chief Gann, I thought you were going to go eat.
Listen good, Lana, as I threaten you on this stand.
Literally on the stand.
He's threatening Lana. No one's doing anything.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible That's a threat. That's not even the disguise.
Threat. That's just a threat.
I love the the modded voice of this is a threat. This is even a threat.
It's a fucking threat. Like, bro. He's not even trying to hide anymore. Hey, if you talk, you don't want you. I don't need to tell you what's gonna happen if you fucking talk. That's right.
That's right.
Oh
Sister will
god.
be found guilty for illegal murder.
Oh god. The voice change is awful.
Kill me. It actually the app itself tweaked out, so I had to wait.
Love that.
Of course, you never support such an outrageous claims anyway. Just something to think about. Alright, bye. I have a lunch date to meet and people to fuck. Idiots.
You're a robot. You're a robot right now.
Yeah, the voice mod's probably broken.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Okay, now we're on, I think, the final part of... Yes, we are on the final part.
Okay.
Hopefully, because you shouldn't have to do too much.
Okay.
She does have 3 testimonies to get through, but you don't have to present too much.
Okay, that didn't sound that bad.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully it shouldn't be too much, and then there's like a whole epilogue. Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edge Boy. You want a burger?
Yeah.
That chief. He sure something else, eh, pals? Gumshoe, why are you here? I'm not a detective anymore. I got fired. No. Shit. Nah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. Nigga, I can't pay you. I can't pay Maya. Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Damn, I miss mayonnaise. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he's always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he used the right to refuse testify.
Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said?
Not a right that can be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. We said this 3 times now.
Yeah,
Risks? What do you mean by that?
it's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. What?
What? You mean he forfeits his right to say anything? Got you.
You mean he fucking forfeits his right to say anything? That's the wrong voice.
no.
It's fine.
Irma.
Irma!
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office.
They had me hooked up to an IV and they gave me lots of donuts.
I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
You can do that?
Yep.
Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's kind of funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved that you murdered someone?
Yep. Now I can finally know what really happened. I killed somebody. My sister was being blackmailed by a terrible man. Oh no, she didn't get the part. And she did it all to protect me. No, she didn't.
So
Maybe she didn't
my
get the part.
brain by being processed by social media and also dyslexia, read she got blackmailed by that terrible black man, and I was like, oh no.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean, to follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do.
That must be why she became such a bitch.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered somebody.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. What?
Chief Gant may be a fool to everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into the armor.
I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Bars. Emma, why don't you wait here?
Nope, I'm going in with ya. Even though I'm convicted of murder. I want to be there.
Yeah, is she allowed to do that? I don't think she is.
I feel like she's not.
I feel like she's not. Just like how fucking Gant is not allowed to threaten people literally on... Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Let's go, Wright? It's time to end this.
Boo 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 doo boo boo. Boo 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 doo boo boo boo. Bow, 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 bow. It's a rock.
It's a rock.
I think Elmo saying that is the funniest shit to me. So, Elmo, how'd you think of Rocco's birthday party? It's a rock. It's fucking jaded Elmo. Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Del Rey, please take the stand?
Miss Alana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm not gonna have you say your own shit. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
Hey, boy. You already fucking know everything. You know all I've done for these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Del Rey. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
Of course, the fucking truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Shut up.
They're just screaming, I'll always be your sister.
You just fucking blank stare there. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Come on, everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have against Gant.
I worked along that handsome man for very many years. He was fucking the shit out of me. There's no truth in this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself while I was sucking his dick. He wasn't even in the room while I was sucking his dick. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. I fucking hate her.
That sounds like a lie. You sure?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm confessing to the fucking capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana.
Shut the fuck up! You're not my sister!
If that's true, then that means Chief Gant had nothing to do with this.
You motherfuckers listen, I've been telling you that from the fucking beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
I fucking hate you!
But
Bitch,
what if she's
no, you
telling the
don't.
truth?
She's not. I know my own sister, even though she's been acting weird for 2 years. Whether she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Or whenever she speaks stiffly like that, deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Stop reading my thoughts. There's no time to be second guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Hold on, I'm fucking doing something.
It's okay. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made fucking senior detective, let's see, I was 24 then, so that would have been 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary fuck buddies. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases, and fuck, they have their own porno. You should check it out sometime.
She must have been good. Coming from the same school as Mia? I fucked Mia. Holy shit.
David Gant was a respectable detective. That's why.
But think about it, Miss Sky. Miss Doré, you didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yourself yesterday in jail.
Oh my god, you still don't fucking get it, do you? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I know everything about idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. In the fucking gooch. In his wussy.
And his wussy. You're gonna want to press the 4th statement if you haven't already.
I haven't. I accidentally skipped the 3rd state.
Oh.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was like fucking serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
I didn't want it to end her life either, but you know.
So you lied earlier when you said you didn't care about her. Ah, you lying snit. But you said she said was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
I guess
That's the
that
fucking
is a good
point.
point.
He was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana.
So you fabricated evidence 2 years ago? So you say you did this all by yourself?
I'm like, yes!
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first to discover the scene. But I got a fucking H on my foot.
You have a what?
I got an itch!
Oh.
Can that bitch scratch an itch? Damn. The Broken Prosecutor Award was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But the prosecutor marshal died from an unfortunate accident.
That's the only situation you dreamed was possible. In reality, it was my sister who took the prosecutor's life. It wasn't my sister. Emphasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
Oh, sorry. I read it in my head again. You mean prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Words.
Something like that.
If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was fucking on the floor. A little distance away. It was probably knocked away in some kind of struggle.
Why was she lying? What the fuck?
All just to protect me.
So when you found us at a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. That's just wrong.
Press that shit.
Yeah, that's just fucking wrong. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the wound, and then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that?
Oh my fucking god, you of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders, and down below.
After that joke, Phoenix was like, my head isn't that bad either.
Yeah, I know. What are you thinking of asking?
Why did you move the body?
Yeah.
When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
That was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Okay. Tell us why you moved the body. Pieces of the jar, you mean?
Yes, that ugly ass jar you showed us earlier. In order to show the... Hi, Maya. That's also Mayo. In order to show the Dark committed the crime, I thought it would be more expedient to move the fucking body.
Sorry, I was taking a drink. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it was shattered to a million fucking pieces, and I was not about to do a jigsaw puzzle. Have you seen my nails? They're immaculate. I'm not ruining them on a jigsaw puzzle. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what fucking happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was laying unconscious. They fucked the shit out of each other. And not in a fun way. In other words, the jar must have broken during the struggle.
I see.
Hmm.
What's the matter, Irma?
Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed the fabrication completely alone.
So on that statement that she said, I think it was her first, the one that you were just on, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Sorry. What were you, brain is dead.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan.
Yeah, I think you can present the jar there. Yeah.
Miss Guy, you're a lying asshole. I understand how you feel, but you're a lying asshole. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your little sister. You mean the forgery of the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
Contradiction in my testimony?
In my household?
You testified, and I quote, "The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's fucking right.
You got a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments.
Exactly, so this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written shit on the inside of a jar that wasn't broken.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed to in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical.
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
Say what now?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well, witness, you may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was in a dark room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. It was first large, so it didn't really take. I'm sure I got all of them. Didn't really take them. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
It wasn't the chief prosecutor. I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
You didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
This is another one where you don't have to press anything. So just try to think of like what would be contradiction here.
Well, she didn't wipe all the things, though. Everything. She didn't get everything because she clearly
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah. Hell yeah. You got this, you know. Dun, dun, dun.
I just present the jar?
Yeah. Boop, boop, boop.
This guy, I believe that this jar conceals a truth that even you were unaware of.
Oh my god, what the fuck are you talking about?
We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
Aha! There's something
And
even more
no
disturbing
shit.
about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with the only one explanation. She wasn't in the room to hear Gant's testimony. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed the piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my
Everybody makes
dentures.
mistakes.
Everybody gets that way. Everybody misses their dentures. Everybody.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh,
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying that this person was Chief Gant at the time being he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he have break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years?
Another great question.
Well, Your Honor, can you answer me that? No, but I hope you tell me. Well, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Forging evidence or fabricating evidence?
Answer. Fabrication of evidence.
Okay, but why though?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Irma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her to his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Irma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became Chief's puppet. Oh, girl, you okay?
She has some good portraits. I like hers.
Yeah. Please stop. You're getting blood everywhere just to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you fucking did it. It wasn't you, Emma. You killed no one. Don't believe anything this asshole says. Defense attorneys make up their most foul lies to defend their clients.
Bitch, you literally... Not only is it coming from my own client, you literally forged evidence. We're literally talking about you forging evidence. Right now. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What?
my god.
I will not take this slander on my 4 straight wins this whole game. What? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Are you good? Lana, maybe right after all.
What do you mean, right?
I thought he said right out. I was confused.
Righto. So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright.
Miss Del Rey, please testify once more.
But, oh, not my line.
It's fine. If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But, I remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss
Girl,
Del
you
Rey,
can't remember shit.
if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may change a thing. May not change a thing. Words. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Dun dun dun.
Alright, stop fucking lying. Jesus.
Literally.
Why you
always lying? Why you always lying? Oh my
Oh
god,
my god.
stop fucking lying.
When I arrived, I found Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Ember Dark was lying unconscious on the floor. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Let's not even talk about the fact that the first thing I saw in a room full of a murderer, a murdered man, and my sister, I thought my sister did it. I had
Yeah.
Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. If all that really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. That's such a weird stance.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that, if only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof.
Oh, what?
I gave it to Mr. Wright this morning.
Huh? How you gonna tell me that the book was proof?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
In the book?
Yep. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
I think she just wants to fuck me. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? It's
Yeah,
definitely the
I'm
evidence
just gonna,
book. Yep.
I'm just gonna skip this.
You'll have to check it first.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the back. Yeah. Wow.
Ah.
Oh, that blurry image.
Hey, there's a picture here. I did it.
Oh, God. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. Maybe we shouldn't show this to Emma.
Like, don't try to shoot to my sister, you fucking idiot! No other detectives saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Mr. Wright. That piece cut from his vest, could that be?
I was just about to bring that up. I was like, what is that? What is that? The cloth that was found inside Chief Gant's safe. Why did he keep it in a safe for 2 years instead of destroying it?
Oh, wow.
This case
It's
really
a
hinges on the
flashback.
fact that Gant is really stupid.
Yeah.
Skip.
Yeah, because it was Emma's fingerprints that were found on it. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
Right. I actually forgot that we found that out.
Yeah.
Those fingerprints. They're yours.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Actually, it's coral blue.
Anyway, let's go on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, you should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. I don't wanna. I'm good, actually.
Oh. Oh, shit.
Hold on, I'm gonna do some other shit. Hold on.
Now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Hi.
What now? Now you want me to make me out to be the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put a word in or two in my defense.
Oh, it was loading. I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort. Fuck you, bitch.
Must be the risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck.
This
Fuck
is a
you,
children's
dude.
game.
This is rated T for teens.
So, you think I'm worried? Bitch, do you see me sweating?
Literally, man electrocuted himself.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't sweat. I don't need to make statements. My clout is just that immaculate. My dick is just that big.
I'm big. What do you mean? Your dick is just that big?
You've seen it. The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I still can present.
Fuck you.
Mhm.
You still have some conclusive evidence and you just now show it here?
Right, literally.
Asshole.
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's the excuse for right now? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt?
Is that true, Mr. Wright?
No.
You son of a bitch. If I show that piece of evidence now, that little girl's going to jail. Jail!
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one to be one appearing before a board of inquiries.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? What the fuck?
So you have to choose you cannot show evidence.
Your Honor, I don't know what the fuck that nigga's talking about.
What? You're lying.
Chief, yeah?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, my man.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? Let me just incriminate you further.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about this chest area?
Didn't we already say he can't testify or anything? Why is he still here?
Yeah, I know, literally.
It looks like the part of it's been cut out for some reason.
Like, he shouldn't be able to say anything right now. You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department, honestly.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, right, boy? Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
No, you will not.
Literally, he can't testify.
The game is breaking its own rules now.
It literally is.
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day because I'm the one who killed that man. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her. How dare?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Lana Del Rey.
I told her to arrange all the evidence, plant the knife tip in the victim's body, and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This is before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it was always best to be prepared for the worst and incriminate myself in the process. I
Yeah,
wasn't
literally.
about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead of events, forging that evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid most of the legend part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go to wipe the blood off all the pieces.
Objection. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar, too?
Some witches don't know when to quit, do they? And that's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Wright, I'll cough it up already.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admitted then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth that you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. All right, I read him.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, boy. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
I hate this nigga. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't fuck it up, victory is mine. Ooh, thank God that they take control away from me when that happens.
Show the evidence.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered persecutor. Ah!
My attorney's badge. I love that.
Body's not even here to appreciate that I did that on accident. I don't show him the cloth, right?
You do. You do
Oh, I
show him
do?
the cloth.
Okay.
I know, it's real stupid at this point. It doesn't make sense.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, I know what's wrong with this. Oh, yes, unless you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on the piece of the cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
It's not how leather works, but let's move on.
Yeah, alright.
You mean
It could not have been forged. It must automatically be. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Edward, stop it.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, boy.
But
Think about it. Rhino had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
you mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know?
whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you.
It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
The fingerprints belong to.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm not fucking anything up.
Mm-hmm.
Irma Del Rey?
What? They're mine.
Sorry, Irma.
But why? But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Because at that point, you would have known that you were the murderer, and that's not cool, so. That's not very cash money or swagalicious.
Oh, you're really something there, boy. You knew this girl did it and all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall into his death.
How could you? You fucking monster!
Miss Sky,
You know whose fingerprints were there all along, yet you fucking... You acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, calm the fuck down.
What?
I said the trial isn't over yet.
I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only the trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense.
Okay, but even if she does get pinned on the murder does go to fucking Emma, right?
Mhm.
You still lost your job.
Literally.
So even if I lose at this point, I win.
Yeah.
Stupid bitch.
I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Got your tongue. Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What'd you say? Something I gotta clear up real quick, though.
What's that?
Who really killed the prosecutor near Marshall? What? Chief Kent, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall? You ask. It was Sky, wasn't it? No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What the fuck are you talking about? What is this fool babbling on about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Dun dun dun.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
See, again, you being an asshole stops here.
Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I don't actually know.
Oh, it's her photo, Lana's photo that she gave you. Because
Oh,
if you look at the photo,
hold on, let me get to it.
if you want to check it before, yeah. So, okay, you see, where's the blood on...
Oh shit. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's no blood on the cloth.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I watched Dexter.
And what exactly is that supposed to be?
This is the picture of Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. You see where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's a very nice shirt. Too bad there's all the blood on it, though. Exactly my point. There's like fuck ton of blood on that shirt. It's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured, blood poured out from his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on that.
Fucking God.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Miss Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
Dun, dun, dun,
No,
dun, dun, dun,
this
dun.
is nonsense. This is nonsense. You're stupid. All of you are stupid.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground, and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Lana Del Rey? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armored sword.
Then, to make it look like Irma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through that very act of creating insurance, you damned yourself like a fucking idiot.
Nigga!
How did he generate that much power?
His power's over 9,000. Ugh.
Objection! That was close, boy. You almost had me.
He's sweating so bad.
What?
Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations.
That's not how this works.
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Alright, we're done. You don't get to tell me that we're just now bringing up illegal evidence after I obtained evidence illegally.
You're still on voice mod.
That's even funnier, actually. What the fuck are you talking about?
Illegal evidence cannot be used as a convicted suspect. Remember, LG? Your own right would conceal that piece of cloth. We just saw this.
Yep.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, the piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
Evidence. That's not how that works, but okay.
But that's not fair.
Oh, did you actually think you could be best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
You still lose your job, though. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True, legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not.
I admit, I refused to present it at the one point.
So the evidence is illegal.
Shut the fuck up. I wasn't done talking.
What?
It's not that I didn't present the evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved with presenting evidence.
No, don't listen to him. He's fucking lying. He's nothing but even a little bitch. He can't believe it.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not a violation of the law, then show it. Then do so now. It's time for the book.
It's time for this children's book.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What the fuck is that?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Or should I say, Gant? Now that you a bitch. Indeed, Irma Del Rey's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at the point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
Nani?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevancy between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at the picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when the picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it a value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed a certain truth.
Uh-huh. Yep. You did
Yep,
that. He did that shit.
Mm-hmm. He did that shit.
No.
It was then that you approved of this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim. That's actually really sneaky. I kind of dig that. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. And in other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. You, bitch ass nigga. Damon Gant. The killer is you.
Oh god. He explodes.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me.
Well, that was disturbing to listen to. I'm sorry.
Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star and then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is
transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me.
The gunshots.
Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? Please? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker. And as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all of this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up the SL9. And that's when I saw it, that accursed knife.
So, the only thing that's not satisfying to me right now is that he had no reason he has no motive in killing Neil at this point. So
he wanted to convict Joe Dark so badly that he murdered Neil to make it look like Joe Dark did it. But then,
and then as a cover, he used Emma.
Yes, and so to help him get Joe Dark convicted, he used Lana to do it, to get him convicted as well.
That's fucked up. All right.
Yep.
Now that makes sense, we can continue.
Stab.
I could just pull it out. I just got in. It was nice and warm and
Ugh.
sticky like Vaseline.
Ugh. Stop it. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it nearly impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. You'd think there'd be more cameras in the fucking evidence room where I stabbed him.
Literally.
I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
A bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to know it as the crime computer. But everyone has a start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. That's not the right voice. I didn't even change his voice.
Mm-hmm.
I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You have insurance, don't you? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in Miss Del Rey in all of this? Think of her music career.
Well, she had, she has, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take.
So you left the jar fragment in the glove.
That's correct. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer.
A crime committer.
They all did their best to get in my way. I got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, boy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same.
Ugh. No.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone.
So you're
That's why
trying
I
to say
have
that the
Phoenix.
system doesn't work.
Yeah, literally.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Judge,
What the fuck do you want? I'll let you babysit my kids.
A
looks like we'll have to
murderer.
cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I fucking hate you. No, you're not. You're not sorry. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and a fine example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you
Was
are
he?
no longer that person. Well, I mean, he got that reputation. He was going to be chief anyway, right? So, I mean, he had to... I'm sure not everything he did was fucked up. It was just that one time 2 years ago.
Those days are gone now. Judge, thanks. Thanks for all the memories, though. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now that you have Wright boy over here, and that boy over there, with those two hot pieces of ass, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. A sequel, even.
Haha. A sequel.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes.
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Del Rey, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
I suppose you're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everyone. I'll tell everything.
Tell everything now while the trial is still going on.
All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Del Rey, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My, what high standards you have for a rookie.
Why does everyone keep calling me that?
I've literally done 3 cases.
You can see why Mia thought so highly of your ass. I mean, it is kind of fun, but who knows? A few years from now, you might make it to the top.
She's cute.
Yeah.
Miss Sky.
And you too, Edward.
Me?
You're pretty hot too.
Ah.
You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been on you.
This is nothing.
My cock is massive.
Fucking fire. You literally
You're
wrote that.
just gonna
You're
resign.
gonna fucking resign.
I was worried that the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory.
Why does everyone think that? I did all of the work. I told you at the beginning of this. I told you at the beginning of this the stream. He found a way to make me do all the work and take all the glory.
Yeah, literally.
You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. God.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Yes, you fire everyone and rehire new people. Especially Gumshoe. No, I'm just kidding. Miss Dore. Miss Dore.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you're still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
I'm tired.
Yeah.
Very tired. As a long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
He said, narrating to the black man. Well, that's cool. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. I agree. Regarding the charge of murder,
Literally.
the court finds the defendant, Ms. Lana Sky, not guilty.
Everybody in the courtroom!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
I will say, I think after this, it goes into like a really long backstory of what happened. And I need to get going. So
I think I can take care of it myself. You just won't be here. With
okay. All right. Well, it has been fun, and we are doing
Dream Daddy.
Dream Daddy next week.
We will be playing a game called, I believe it's called Unreal Life. I always forget the name of it. The week after that, well, Abby will be joining us for that. We'll play that to completion, and then after that, we'll play Ace Attorney 2, or whatever the name of the actual game is called. I'm just calling it Ace Attorney 2 as of right now.
Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Spookaloo.
All right. I will see you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Let me take care of her shit on this end. All right, so let me go ahead and finish this.
At long last, it's finally over.
Irma? She would leave right as I fucking need to voice. I need her voice. One of the long-faced. I'm sorry your sister didn't completely get off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted of fucking murder. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. Yes, we just saw this. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. They'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, fuck do you want? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Make a detective run around while on duty, and to top it off and call me here, I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Can you even do this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do, keeping myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess.
Sis.
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. Thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through these 2 years. I knew how much it was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No,
What?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're...
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because it's in so doing, we can find our way back to our rightful path. And it is from there we can move forward to a brighter future. At least that's what I felt, watching those two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Detective Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come out here.
Where the fuck was he? I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones that acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth! Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand, but believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals, and I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. Edgeworth. Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like that, like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? David Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Kamra, we're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present the evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
What? What? What the fuck is this? Pop quiz? I was not listening. Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lon is talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own? I actually don't know what they're referring to. I have no idea what they're referring to. Was it this? I don't fucking know. I'm time to hit everything. It's time for me to go. If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends I need to wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Yeah, I don't know what they're referring to. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let whatever what happened kill. You can let whatever what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Very well. I better wait.
I better be going too.
Okay, I'll be by the visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation?
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close and my dick got bigger. As for sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own with a sequel. A journey to rediscover myself with a sequel. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What do you mean, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks in the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe the guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Right here is the one be footing the bill. You son of a bitch. What happened to the $50 the Gant gave you? What, you think I can afford my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it?
I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we go pay it off together? Yeah, it's a great idea. Come on. Let's go. All right. Oh, boy. All right. Ugh. I hope she'll be pleased to study under the top corner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days. Did Liz die? No, she had to leave. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow.
Then I'll be able to find investigation crimes with together with Emma.
So I guess this is where I'm supposed to be giving my final thoughts on the game, but I think it's gonna talk me through the credits of like a whole entire "Where Are They Now" story. Yeah, here we go. Yikes! I thought I was gonna be a goner a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of Chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. I mean, the game was fun. The game had some shit that annoyed me, but I think that's every investigation game. Danganronpa has some shit that annoyed me too. But overall, I think everything was well, and the storytelling was well. Doing voices with Liz is fun. It took me what 3 or 4 years to beat this game because I never got past the fucking first trial. Finally did it. My new mission is the guard and mean entrance to take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I got demoted to security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them no, someday I'm going to make a detective. Yes, sir. And then I can just be just like that Dick Gumshoe. I like the voice line with this game. Yeah, it was I'm glad I thought to do it. I've been trying to do it for a while, but it took me a while to actually get it done, you know. Don't care about the Blue Badger. I hope I never see this fucking thing again. Oh my god, get it off my screen. Oh, thank god it's broken. Get the shit off here. I hope I never see this thing again. Proceeds to be on screen for a full minute. What is it? Can't you see I'm having a showdown with my steak lunch partner? It looks like you're shaving at me. Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of my guards. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? I still think Emma was not Emma. Maya was my favorite character throughout the game. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes a little bit bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around the exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. I don't think anyone... There are a few things that taste good that are bitter. Dark chocolate is one of those things. I guess people could argue coffee. I don't particularly care for coffee, though. I can never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see what his name was again. Mr. Left. Anyway, he said he's been doing her something for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. All right, chat. What do you guys think of the game? nothing suicidal like fresh country air. Sometimes I do miss to hear your objection. Still, I can't go back. I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mr. Moya, I can try and go to Belch again. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. It was in fact a game. Well, you weren't here for all of it. No, but I am in chat, so, but you weren't here for all of that. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I think we're just waiting for the end so I can close out. Thanks for coming to see me. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. You want me to literally open it, or okay, that was in the back. Aw, that's cute. That's cute. Okay, I guess that's the thumbnail now. Capcom! All right, Capcom, you did your thing. Was Capcom the developer of this game? I'll look that up later. Anyway, yeah, I like the game. I'm glad I finally finished the first one. It took, like I said, it took me 4 years to actually finally goddamn beat the game because I kept starting and stopping all the time. Never got past the first actual trial, or rather, I never finished it. And then I started I did finish it, and I started halfway doing the second trial, and then never finished that. Either way, but yeah, it was cool. It was a cool game. Like I said, I'll be streaming with Liz on her channel for Dream Daddy next week, and we'll be starting on Real Life with Abby and Liz the week after that. I'm not really sure what that game is about. I'm completely blind. I just know it looks pretty, so we'll be doing that. Yeah, that's fucking it. I'll see you guys whenever I see you. Bye.